radiochemistry and in radiopharmacy. So when the organizers invite me, I suggest to put this topic in this course, in this winter school, because I really like to talk about it. So, and if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to stop me and ask some problems or something unclear. We have two parts in this topic today. Let's start with the first part. Some parts of this topic is maybe already old, but still actual. Some parts of this topic is new. So, what about the quality control of radiopharmaceuticals? Today, the radiochemist, the radiopharmacy should be a little bit a lawyer or something like that, because we have so many papers, we have so many restrictions, guidelines, annexes, pharmacopoeia requirements, some government requirements, some another requirements, and all these parts of these requirements you should keep in your mind if you would like to produce, to inject some radiopharmaceuticals to the people, to patients. Because the radiopharmaceuticals is a combination of radioactivity and radiopharmaceuticals. We have some doublets, problems with all these requirements and all these authorities, because we have the radioactive part and this is still radiopharmaceuticals. That because we should meet all these criteria in both areas. What about quality? So in the terms of quality assurance, when we would like to prepare the radiopharmaceutical, we should check some key parameters in our radiopharmaceuticals. I'm pretty sure you know it already, yes? Is someone working with radiopharmaceuticals? No? Oh, only you? Already? Oh, okay. Today. But you should know it already, yes? We should check the identity of the radionuclide, the radiochemical purity, the radionuclidic purity, specific radioactivity. You could call it activity concentration if you want. Physiological distribution in some cases, it's a key point. I will talk about it later. Chemical purity, sterility, and bacterial endotoxins. And that's not all, in fact. But I think the key parameter here for the radiopharmacist, for the radiochemist who involved in the research and development of radiopharmaceuticals is radiochemical purity. And here, with already exist radiopharmaceuticals, or in the case of just new created radiopharmaceuticals, the Holy Bible, I think, of our work is the pharmacopoeia. It could be a local pharmacopoeia, it could be European pharmacopoeia, British pharmacopoeia, United States pharmacopoeia, whatever. But anyway, you should refer this book, I think, every time, because today we have some problems. A lot of radiopharmaceuticals used today in practice don't have the marketing authorization, don't have the particular chapter in the pharmacopoeia. So according classical principles of classical standards, you should always refer to the general monographies in the pharmacopoeia. Sometimes it's good frustrating, but using pharmacopoeia and using your own experience, you could create your own methods, validate it, check it, and then use in your practice. And of course, I would like to talk more about not big radiopharmacy, about iodine 131 or something like that. I would like to talk about some small-scale production of radiopharmaceuticals, normally or typically which you inject in your own hospital, you produce for your own use. About the identification of the radionuclide, there is no big problems, I think. Yes, we could use the half-life measurement or gamma spectroscopy if it is applicable, just to be sure that we use the correct radionuclide. If we use it from the registered source, for example, like from generator, we don't really need something like that. Or if it's from the, if the substance of the radionuclide is registered already, we don't need to check some parameters like this. So there's no problems. Let's keep it, the radionuclidic purity. The pH in ion exchange, this is another parameter that you should check according to the preparation of radiopharmaceuticals, because normally your dosage form should be not very acidic, not very concentrated with very high ion exchange, but in fact, we desire to have the pH about 7.4, 7.0, but it could be from 2 to 10 to 9, in fact, because the buffering action of your blood. So, and I think there's no big problems over here also. How we could check the pH in the radiopharmaceuticals?
Less electrode. Less electrode.
Ну вот и что мне делать теперь? Мы как общаемся, мы как дискуссию строим. I think it's better for our colleagues to speak in English. So yeah, we should use potentiometric measurement, but just staying with the situation. We have the production of I think few 5 or 10 batches per day, and for each radiopharmaceutical you should measure the pH, and you have only one device to take it. There's only one electrode. Is it okay?
Right.
The fluorine is oxyglucose, lutetium, PSMA, samarium, DTMA, radium chloride, actinium. We should only one electrode and put it here, put it here, put it here, put it here. It's even very difficult to wash it, you know? Cross-contamination. Don't care about it. Yeah, let's measure. No, of course, from Pharmacopoeia, ask us to use potentiometric determination, but in fact, according to general notices, you could use any other methods. And in fact, in routine practice, you don't really need to use the pH meters. You could also use the pH strips. Today it's very popular, it's very and enough precision for our methods. We don't need to determine it about 0.00001. It doesn't matter in our cases. So you could use the pH strips for that kind of analysis. Chemical purity is about our substances should be pure as possible, highly pure. What do you know what's mean pharmacopoeia pure substances? Any ideas? Is it pure, for example, is it much purer than ultra pure or high grade pure substances? What do you think? No? Why?
Of course, don't need such not pure substance.
Yeah, that's correct. Because typically, I don't know why, people think that if you have some HCl that is described pharma grade, they think, oh, perfect, it's absolutely pure. You know, just because it's tested according to the pharmacopoeia requirements about sterility, concentration, and something like that. Sometimes pharmacopoeia didn't ask us to check about the concentration of some metals in this reagents. So you should be very careful using different chemical reactives during your synthesis or during your processes, because sometimes you could add a lot amount of metal impurities which is not applicable for some kind of synthesis. And at least the main topic of this day, I think, the radiochemical purity. So the radiochemical purity of the radiopharmaceuticals is the fraction of total radioactivity in the desired chemical form in radiopharmaceuticals. Looks like it's clear, yeah? But what's mean desired chemical form? For example, do you know What kind of radiopharmaceuticals do you know? Very simple. Just tell me some words. Sorry? Impurities. A lot of impurities. But I'm asking about what. Just call me any kind of radiopharmaceuticals which you normally use. For example. Nice. And what is the desired form of the radiopharmaceuticals?
Like injection by radioactive elements.
It's a dosage form. It's a dosage form. Yeah, we have some ready-to-use injection for the patient, but I'm talking about the chemical form, the molecule. Okay, the third is because it's not very good example. Let's talk about, for example, gallium citrate. You know, the gallium 67 citrate is typically used for the inflammation detection or some infection detections foreseen in the body. So we read it like a gallium citrate. Yes? Yeah, salt form. But in fact, it's a solution ready for the injection. This gallium exists in the solution in the form of gallium-3 citrate. What do you think? Of course not. There's a lot of hydrolytic processes. So you should just keep it in mind. We will return to this question at the end of this part. Because it sounds very clearly for the first thing, desired chemical form. But in fact, what is the desired chemical form of the radiopharmaceuticals? It's very, Russian. In terms of the determination of radiochemical purity, you could use the methods which you prefer, in fact. All the methods you could use for the determination of radiochemical purity. But just keep in mind also that in general notices, I think in all pharmacopoeias, maybe except Russian pharmacopoeia, because I didn't found this notice in our pharmacopoeia, but in all other pharmacopoeias, we have this statement that alternative methods of analysis may be used for the control purposes. Here is some problems from the authority side, because if there is no refer in the general monography to that general notice, in fact, you could use this notice. But in practice, everyone do that. So alternative method could be used if you validate it. For example, we have technetium 99 ampere technetate, which is used for what? It's produced from the molybdenum generator. It's very popular radionuclide, I think, all around the world for the SPECT diagnostic. If you inject technetium pertechnetate in the body, what we will see? Any ideas? No? Come on. Because it's very similar to the iodine anion, and it will bind with iodine border in our body. We will see the thyroid gland. So if you don't have the iodine, you could use the pertechnetate to check the function of the thyroid gland in your body. But don't think about it. So if we will read the pharmacopoeia about the test to check the radiochemical purity with the pertechnetate anion, we will see the simple TLC method with water and methanol, but the development of the strips takes about 2 hours. Come on, guys, that's a very well-known radionuclide. No one wants to wait 2 hours just to check the radiochemical purity of the generator anyway. It's useless, in fact. But do we really need to use this method? Of course not, because remember the general notices, we could use another methods validated. And if you will check the paper strips to the, for example, IDLC strips, I think it's a very popular strips in radiopharmacy practice. This method will take, I think, less than 1 minute in the case of methyl ketone. And in the case of the saline, it's also very, very fast. So I'm talking about that you always should remember that alternative methods for the quality control could be maybe used. And normally we have, if you have some registered code kits for the radiopharmaceutical preparation, the manufacturer put the information about the quality control test in the technical sheet for the radiopharmaceuticals, where we could find some appropriate test methods for the radiopharmacy control. For example, in the case of technetium, it's very, very simple in most technetium radiopharmaceuticals, because in practice, it's very difficult to determine the right chemical form of the technetium in our solution. We could measure the main radioactive impurities. In the case of technetium, we have two main radiochemical impurities. Which one? I don't like to speak by myself. I will always ask you, just be ready about it. I think it's much better to have a conversation. Or I think within 15 minutes you will fall asleep right now here. So, any ideas about the radiochemical impurities in technetium radiopharmaceuticals? Radiochemical, not radionuclides. Разговор как психолога. Мне сейчас надо буквы взять и показывать. Okay. The chemistry of the technetium. We alluded from the generator in the form of pertechnetate. But the pertechnetate is unreactive form. We cannot complex that with any kind of vector molecules. So we should reduce it. And if technetium did not chelate or something or stabilize by something, he will go to the hydrolysis and form the radiocolloid. So in technetium radiopharmaceuticals, we have two main radiochemical forms. Technetium in the form of radiocolloid, in the colloidal form, and technetium in the form of unreduced technetium pertechnetate. And determining the amount of these two impurities, and just switch it from the 100% liquids, determine the radiochemical purity of our radiopharmaceuticals. Typically, not always, you should always remember the chemistry of your dosage form or about the new radiopharmaceuticals, because sometimes we need more than two methods to determine. But in fact, a lot of methods for the quality control of technetium radiopharmaceuticals is about two systems. The TLC with methyl ketone. Here in this system, pertechnetate migrates with the solvent front, and all other forms stay at the origin. And another TLC method is saline TLC plates, where only radiocolloid stay at the origin. Colloids always stay at the origin. Remember that. It's impossible to move the colloid somewhere. And all other chemical forms migrate with the solvent front. It's very easy. It's very typical, normally used in the practice. Is it clear? Okay. So you could measure it with your TLC scanner, or you could measure it with your phosphor imaging, or even you could cut it. For example, in the case of technetium, I think it was in Switzerland even. They put the radiopharmaceutical on the TLC plate, just develop it, cut it, put it in some vials, and measure with the dose calibrator. Because normally the activity of technetium pharmaceuticals, it's about 7 or 10 GBK. It's enough. It's really enough. If you just put a little spot, it's enough to measure it with dose calibrators. Sometimes, if you don't have the TLC scanner or phosphor imaging machine or something like that, that's technetium. I think it's the easiest radiopharmaceuticals because it's well known for a long time. But in fact, if you have the good radiochemist in your lab or in your department, you could create your own method to determine the radiochemical purity of technetium radiopharmaceuticals. And in some cases, it is possible to switch from two methods You just do one method, and the radiocolloid will stay at the origin, when the pertechnetate will migrate to the southern front, and where the main chemical form will have the retention factor about 0.4 or 0.5, and it's enough to determine the radiochemical purity of the preparation. So you don't even need to use two plates, you just measure it with one plate, and then you will see the real amount of your RCP. But not always we should use this only two methods to determine only pertechnetate in radiocolloid. For example, one of my favorite radiopharmaceuticals in the technician area is Ceritech. Do you know about that? Technician hexamethylpropyl-aminoxine. This compound is very lipophilic and normally could be used for the stacked imaging of brain perfusion. I think this is not only one, but I think one from two exist radiopharmaceuticals with the metal radionuclide, which could penetrate the blood-brain barrier. Sounds amazing. I think the Mallinckrodt, I think, tested 200 compounds just to discover this molecule. Just think about it, 200 compounds, full pharmaceutical development, full test, just to find only one structure to make this imaging in our drug. And also, these radiopharmaceuticals may be used for the labeling of blood cells. In fact, due to the chemistry of this molecule, except pertechnetate and radiocolloid, we have also the secondary complex. It could form during synthesis, during the heating of your coat kit, when you add the generator anyway. And this secondary complex, it's not lipophilic, it's radioactive, but it will not penetrate the blood-brain barrier. It will not penetrate through the membrane of the cells, so it's useless. And we should control it every time. For the measurement of this one, for this radiochemical impurity in that kind of radiopharmaceuticals, we should add another one, TLC method, system 3, with a Batman paper in the water solution of the acetylene nitrile. It's a very typical system also, but you should always remember about the chemistry, not just blindly follow the recommendation in the pharmacopoeia, the recommendation in the articles, because sometimes in articles they describe some strange things. I think we will talk about it later, but you should check the chemical form of your radiopharmaceutical, you should check your devices, and you should clearly understand what kind of radiochemical impurities could form during synthesis and what you should determine in that case. Because I know some centers which make a control of Ceritech only with two methods, with pertechnetate and radiocolloid, and sometimes, time to time, they obtain not very good images of the brain. Something in the liver, something in the kidney, but it's not could be called brain. And also, in our work, we have some problems with the suppliers, we have some problems with reactions, and we also have some problems with the plates. Because very popular plates, ITLC plates, is a glass microfiber integrated into silicon. It's produced by only one company in the world. For example, silicon gel plates you could buy from Merck, you could buy from Fluke, buy from, I don't know, Thermo Fisher. They all produce maybe a little bit different, but in fact the same. So you have the alternatives. In the case of ITLC plates, it was a big problem in our department at least, because for a long time we just working about the system for the gallium solutions, for the gallium radiopharmaceuticals to make the universal system for big area of gallium radiopharmaceuticals receptor specific, in which the colloidal form as always will stay at the origin, the labeled compound will migrate with the solvent front, and the unbound gallium will remain at the with a radioization factor about 0.5 or 0.4, something like that. Because we could we may have the majority of different chemical forms of labeled compound, so it's better to put it on the solvent front, and we have only one impurity about the unbounded gallium, so it's better to put it somewhere in the middle of our TLC plate. And it was found, it works very well. But then something went wrong with the TLC plates, and with the new batches of the TLC plates, we just started looking the results like this. No good separation, nothing happened. And if you will see to the plates, you see something was changed in the structure. It just starting to write to the thermofish, what's wrong, what's going on, what is this there? And they told us that, oh yeah, okay, it was the rough material to make these plates, it was changed, but no one told us that it's provide some problems, but it's okay, so we changed the technology completely. Now you should use this plates. So these problems could happen in your lab if you work with only one producer in the quality control and in synthesis also. Why the radiochemical purity is so important? It's important in your routine clinical practice when you want to inject your radiopharmaceutical to the patient to obtain a good results on diagnosis, or especially the good results of the radiotherapy. But also we use the same methods in the process of the research and development. If you will never work in the hospital or in the PET center or something like that, you will work in the university and trying to find some good molecules. You will use the same methods just to determine radiochemical purity or radiochemical yield of your labeling reaction. So this method is very important in all parts of work with radiopharmaceuticals. The question: I talk about radiochemical purity, but also I'll talk about radiochemical yield. You could call it radiochemical conversion, whatever. It's the question about specific radioactivity, it's the same. So when, or no, it's already described, your RCP is not necessarily equal to radiochemical yield, but what's the difference in radiochemical yield and in radiochemical purity? What do you think? And in which case it could be equal? That's a school. Winter school. Please talk to me, answer something. No idea. Yeah. Okay. So actually, the radiochemical yield could be equal to the radiochemical purity when we do not perform any additional purification processes after the synthesis. So we just make our reaction mixture, heat it, store it, like that. And then we determine the amount of different chemical forms. We did not any additional manipulation. And in that case, you could say that radiochemical purity is equal to your radiochemical yield or radiochemical conversion, according to last guidance from the European Association of Nuclear Medicine. For me, it's whatever. Yield, conversion, it doesn't matter. But if we will perform any additional procedures, like filtration, like ion exchange or something like that, in that case, even with a bad radiochemical yield, we could increase the radiochemical purity of our radiopharmaceuticals. And if the activity of the final form is enough for use, okay, you could use it, you could inject it for the patient. If we have some big amount of colloidal form, for example, how can it increase the radiochemical purity? You just have some technician radiopharmaceuticals, you just put it in the vial, we perform the synthesis, and according to the test, you see about 10% of the colloidal form. Is it necessary just to put it on the garbage basket? Or you could save it somehow? Come on. Sorry? How? If you talk about the preparated chromatography, well, it could be purified for sure, but preparated chromatography normally used for the fluoride radiopharmaceuticals with a big batches of production where we have very big activities. In the case of technetium radiopharmaceutical, it's very expensive just to remove the colloidal form. We have some easiest way. No, it's a colloid. How we can remove it from the radiopharmaceutical? The precipitation of radiocolloid. No. For coagulation, we should add something. Yes. Perfect. Finally, we find the easiest way to remove the colloidal form because non-carrier added radiocolloids, it's very, very slow, has very, very slow coagulation, very, very slow precipitation. You should wait, I think, more than 1 or 2 days just to see some results, some change in this. At that time, the radionuclide will decay completely.
And maybe change batch or change ionic stage. It can be removed, but maybe.
No. It could be. You think it like a radiochemist. You should think about radiopharmacist. If you will increase the ionic strength of your solution, it will be not the same dosage form. If we change something in dosage form, it's not the same. Even if it looks like very stupid, we just add some sodium chloride. Yeah, what could do sodium chloride with the body? Nothing, in fact. Yeah, but we should prove that it's not dangerous. We should perform, in fact, even preclinical and clinical trials just to be sure. That's stupid. So to add something, it's not very good way, but to use the filtration, the sterile filtration, which we have the sterilizing units, single-use sterilizing units for the syringes, which is put our solution through this filter, and radiocolloid of technetium, like all colloids, will remain on the filter, and then you will obtain the good radiopharmaceutical. You talked about what? Ionic exchange?
Right.
Ionic exchange, okay. And in the case of, for example, unbound gallium technetium, unreduced technetium, or amalgam lutetium, what could we do to remove the impurity of this unchelated metal from our radium? With colloid, it's clear. Yeah, we should just filtrate it, and that's all. What could we do to remove the metal impurities, unbound metal? Я прошу прощения, если я говорю очень непонятно на английском, все-таки, ну, давай. Мы же не на экзамене. It's not an exam, it's kind of conversation. I think it's better to make a dialogue according to our.
They remove metallic impurities from gallium.
From gallium, from technetium, doesn't matter.
Ionic
What kind?
That transform to another form.
What? No. What kind of ionic exchange gradient? Like Daleks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I work with
Okay, it's not a problem. It could be AGMP15. Sounds good, but you should remember that the majority of ion exchange resins exist in what kind of form? Which form? Counter ion is what? Hydrogen. If we will put our solution through this cartridge with this ionic exchange resin, what will be? Yeah, we will solve all metal impurities on the resin. Sounds perfect. But what will be with the solution of the radiopharmaceutical? And then we
Maybe
should,
transform form to nothing.
yeah,
Sodium plus.
yeah, it could be, but you should have good radiochemist in the lab. This process also should be validated, and day by day you should produce the radiopharmaceuticals. So day by day you should have the reproducible results, and it's very difficult always to convert the resins to keep it in the right condition with your own prepared resins. So it's not the best way, I think. Today we have some ready-to-use cartridges like Acel, Waters Acel TM cartridge. Do you know about that? It's very popular today in the radiopharmacy because it's produced in sodium form. It's not acidified the final preparation. And today it's used with a success, for example, to purify actinium radiopharmaceuticals, lutetium radiopharmaceuticals, gallium radiopharmaceuticals. But again, it's only one producer. If it will close, or like today in Russia, sometimes it's difficult to bind to already some kind of reagents. That could be a problem. Do you know another way to purify your radiopharmaceuticals? Very popular way, which is normally performed in all synthesis modules.
Stretch.
Liquid extraction of the radiopharmaceutical. I know when it's possible to apply extraction to quality control in some cases. For example, in indium oxide with some highly lipophilic substances. But to prepare, to purify, no, not liquid extraction, but you on the right way, you could use the solid fast extraction. And typically in radiopharmaceuticals, we use the reverse fast cartridges with C18. Yeah, all our radiopharmaceuticals receptor specific, like lipophilic compounds, will circle on the cartridge. Then you can push the cartridge, and then you could elute the labeled compound with ethanol. It's impossible to inject the pure ethanol intravenously. It's possible, but it's not good. Maybe not all patients will be happy about this injection, but in fact, no, it's impossible. So then you should dilute your radiopharmaceutical with saline or something like that. And at the end of this procedure, normally you receive the formulation about from 5 to 10 milliliters. It's not very good dosage form, but still it's often used in radiopharmacy practice. And it's used for the unregistered radiopharmaceuticals, of course. That's another way to purify, to increase the radiochemical purity of your sorry, I told you I really like this topic, so I could talk about it a lot of time. So let's talk about some examples with gallium. For a long time, the only one monograph about the gallium-68 radiopharmaceuticals in pharmacopoeia was gallium erythritide. What is gallium erythritide? No, it's well-known gallium dotatok. I think everyone who works with who just know about something about the radiopharmacy knows this gallium dotatok, dotatate, dotanok, dota blah blah. That's almost the same. So this radiopharmaceutical is used to detect the neuroendocrine tumors with positron emission tomography. And this was the first pharmacopoeia monography about that kind of radiopharmaceuticals. So, oh yeah, that's how it looks. The PET imaging of the neuroendocrine tumors. So the pharmacopoeia provides us two methods to perform the quality control of gallium radiopharmaceuticals. In that case, that's a combination of HPLC and TLC. According to chemistry of gallium, like in the case of diffusion method, we have three main possible radiochemical forms in our radiopharmaceutical. It's a bounded form, the form of our main compound, which will be used, which will be bind with receptors and accumulate in the tumor foci. It could be hydrolyzed colloidal gallium form because according to the coordination ability of the gallium, it would be very easily hydrolyzed in your radiopharmaceuticals. And of course, unbounded gallium, which could present in your radiopharmaceuticals if there is no additional purification steps. Yeah, if you could see the speciation of the gallium, normally the conjugation with the chelator or the chelator controls and this pH area from 4 to 5. And exactly in this area, we have the biggest fraction of the colloidal gallium form. So in the case of gallium radiopharmaceuticals, it's very important to avoid the formation of gallium colloids and also to measure it with some appropriate methods. According to pharmacopoeia, we have limits. For the gallium in ionic form, we have maximum 2%. This is acceptance criteria. For the gallium in the colloidal form, we have maximum 3%. And for the main chemical form, we have minimum 91%. Is it strange? No? 91 plus 2 plus 3, it's 96, yeah? Where is 4% more? I don't, yeah, maybe. I don't think that in European Commission on the Radio on Pharmaceuticals, they can count correctly. But that was my main question for a long years. Where is this 4%? Unless, until, sorry, I think I was in Ljubljana and the lady who is in the commission just tried to explain, oh, just relax. Did you ever perform the HPLC of gallium radiopharmaceuticals? If we will see that, yeah, we see the main peak, the main form of our radiopharmaceuticals with some amount of bound gallium in here in this dimensions. It looks perfect. Yeah, we have only 2 points. But if we will change the dimension, we could see some additional unidentified peaks. And only for that case, pharmacopoeia told us, okay, you can have 2% for some identified radiochemical impurities more, just to be sure that your radiopharmaceutical is okay. So that's only the one reason that I found to explain this difference. For the TLC analysis of colloidal form of gallium, that kind of preparation, pharmacopoeia requires TLC method with ammonium acetate and mixture with methanol in the proportion 50-50. It's very popular TLC system in a lot of radiopharmaceuticals with metal, radionuclides. And pharmacopoeia told us that colloidal form remains at the origin and the labeled forms migrates to the solvent form and no other remarks. So you should use this method to determine the amount of the colloidal form. But if you're working with gallium and know its chemistry clear, and if you put the, for example, just the original gallium eluate in the strip and develop it in this system, you will see that unbound gallium also stays at the origin of this kind of TLC system. So in fact, this peak contains already 2 forms of your radiochemical impurities in your radiopharmaceutical, but it's not free from the pharmacopoeia. If someone who will never work with gallium before will start to perform this test according to pharmacopoeia, he will obtain underestimated results because pharmacopoeia requires to determine the colloidal form, the unbound form with TLC, then make this calculation, and well, here is your RCP value. But if you will remember about that, you will see that it's underestimated results, duplicated. In the case when everything is okay, when your radiochemical purity about 98 or 99%, there will be no difference. Yeah, everything is okay. But in the case when something went wrong, you could obtain some controversial results, and you should understand what to do. Sometimes I think today, still in some papers, you could see that in this system unbound gallium migrates with the solvent front. I don't know how they guys perform the analysis in the hospitals, but I hope we will never go there. The reason of this uncertainty in different articles or in different papers could be, for me, how I explain this difference. The era of gallium radiopharmaceuticals begins with the development of gallium germanium generator. And according to different sorbents, it could be elute with different concentration of hydrochloric acid. The most popular gallium generators elute with 0.1 molar HCl, and in this solution, gallium remains at the origin. But today we have another generators with a tin oxide, which elute normally with 0.5 or 1.0 molar HCl. And if we just a little bit increase the concentration of HCl, then gallium will migrate to the solvent profile. You should remember about that, because sometimes, according to the validation or the measurement of the recovery of reproducibility of the system, radiochemists use not the real mixture, which corresponds to your final dosage form. They just use the original solution of the radionuclide. Окей, мне главное скажите, что перерыв, чтобы я опустил людей. Окей, здесь. So this could be the reason to explain this difference. Sometimes surprises happen since pharmacopoeia. I really like this example. This is the United States pharmacopoeia, and according to the radiopharmaceutical technician exam design, pharmacopoeia requires to perform the biodistribution test. Sometimes in some radiopharmaceuticals, except HPLC, GLC, blah, 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 other control methods, we have to perform the biodistribution test. We should prepare our radiopharmaceutical, inject it in the rats or mice, kill them, measure the organ biodistribution, and only after that test we could inject it in the patient. So in the case of this radiopharmaceutical, US pharmacopoeia requires to perform the biodistribution test, remove all organs, including gallbladder. But the problem is that rats don't have the gallbladder. The nature didn't give it to them, but pharmacopoeia requires it. So some mistakes, errors, and understandings could be even in the pharmacopoeia standard. You should also remember that. According to the general notice, just remember about it. I will always refer it. You could use another method to check your gallium radiopharmaceutical. Another system which I really like is system with ITLT plates and the mixture of saline with methanol. In this system, gallium in the colloidal form and gallium in the ionic form will also remain with the retention factor about 0 with the origin of the TLC plate. And the labeled compound will migrate with the solvent front. Almost the same results of the distribution like the previous one system, but this system is developed very, very fast. About 30 minutes or 1 minute, 30 seconds or 1 minute, nothing more. The previous system developed about 10 or 15 minutes, sometimes depending on the temperature in your lab. And if you remember that we are working with the gallium-68 with the half-life about 60 minutes. It's very easy to remember, gallium 68 minutes. Here, this time limitation factor is very important. So as you should use the methods as fast as possible to perform the gallium radiopharmaceuticals quality control. And also, you could use your own methods, which you could or may develop in your lab. For example, in our department, we developed the method to determine the gallium radiopharmaceuticals radiochemical purity with a single strip. And in this method, it's very useful. I really like it. The colloidal form of the gallium remains the origin as always. The later compound has the retention factor about 0.5, and the unbound gallium degrades to the solid protein. It's very nice method which could be used in your practice. With for different gallium decyclated gallium radiopharmaceuticals, and the cross-validation with other different methods provide a good agreement of this technology. So it was validated, and now it's on the official use in our department for the quality control of gallium radiopharmaceuticals. What about the HPLC? Is it enough? Is it enough to use the TLC method for the quality control of the gallium? How do you think? Macapé told us use HPLC. What do you think? Do we really need to use HPLC? And what kind of problems do you see performing HPLC analysis? That I should score as special level. Okay, Macapé requires to perform HPLC test. For example, if we have good radiopharmaceutical, let's call it good. You remember it should be not less than 91% of the latent compound. For example, we have here the RCT above 94%. If we exclude the colloidal amount, it will be the 98%. So the colloids, it's invisible with HPLC. If you inject something with the content of radium colloid, it always will be remained on the guard column, and you will never see it on the detector. So with HPLC, you only could see the platelet forms or unbound forms, not radium colloids. Just remember about that, because sometimes I hear that it's possible to measure radiocolloids with HPLC. No, it's impossible. Completely, it's impossible. So in the case of the good synthesis results, we have 94 with TLC, we exclude colloidal form, we have 98%, and with HPLC analysis, we also have 98%. Looks perfect, yeah? The another example, we have, it's already not purity, it's radiochemical impurity. Yeah, we have the results about 78%. Then we inject it to the HPLC system, and what do you see? 38%. Which method is right? 98% looks perfect. We could inject it. Do we? What do you think? No, I think it's impossible to inject to the patient because TLC clearly demonstrates that it's not very good radiochemical purity, even when HPLC told us that it's 98%. What could be the reason of this difference? We have some preparation where you could find some colloidal form, but here it's not very big amount, so it should be the reason of this difference. So we have some unbound form, and we see this big difference. Any idea? Я к вам с температурой приехал. Просто знал, что вы будете молчать. It could be the only reason which could explain this difference is the unspecific sorption of metallic cations on the reverse plus column. And if you will see the dependence through the on the pH of your solution, you will see the higher the pH of your solution, the higher the absorption of unbound cationic form of the metals on your column. And you should remember that I'm talking about gallium, but this situation is could be found in all other radiometals, with lutetium, with scandium, samarium, actinium, everything. The HPLC is not suitable to clearly measure the amount of unbounded metal radionuclide. If everything is okay, there will be the good correlation. But what is the method which works only in the time when everything is okay? It's not the analytical method. In the case when you have some problems with, you have some big amount of unbounded radionuclide, HPLC could give you unrelated results. You should also read, because normally people who works with HPLC, they work from the fluorine radiopharmaceuticals, from the peptides. And I think it is studied at the level of the spinal brain that you should always use the HPLC. No, of course, you can perform the HPLC analysis, but you should remember that in the case of the metal radionuclides, you could have some big problems with the amount of unbounded radiometals. This is not the dependence. So yeah, you could see that the higher the pH of your final dosage form, the higher the difference between the results of TLC and HPLC in your practice. I think we have only 15 minutes. I think this one we could skip. So the reason here is the sorption of the radionuclide on the reverse part, because it's very difficult to perform the experiments with, say, C18 plus like a batch experiments, like a distribution coefficient. Yeah, it's very impossible because of high lipophilicity, hydrophobicity of this substance. You could easily check it with the TLC strips impregnated with the C18 plus, and then you will see that the retention factor of gallium, for example, or scandium or lutetium, will be decreased with increasing of the pH. So this behavior explains why it could be unspecifically sorption on the reverse column. And what we could find in some articles about this process. In some articles, you could find that people perform the correlation to find some correlation between TLC and HPLC about the content of unbound radionuclide. But if you will read carefully the materials and methods section, what we will see here, these guys obtain the gallium in the form of the solution of saline. After the C18 purification, so the final dosage form is a labeled molecule in the saline, in water, okay. And then, just to simulate the amount of unbound gallium, they take the eluate of the generator and put it in the final dosage form. But what's the eluate of the generator? It's HCl. We have the saline solution with no buffering agent. When we will add there some amounts of HCl, the final pH of the solution will decrease. And in acidic form, I show you everything is perfect. But in fact, we have to perform our analysis according to the real composition of the final dosage form. And your final dosage form is not acidic. But in the neutral pH, you will see the sorption of the gallium. So you could measure a lot of correlation, but according to the real practice, it's useless. But there is some aspects about the HPLC in our practice. Is it possible to rehabilitate the HPLC according to analysis of unbounded radionuclides, metal radionuclides. What do you think about it?
This question. Okay.
Maybe not. Maybe this is the last slide in this part. Any idea what we would do in that case? The first idea, of course, according to the behavior of the radiometals, is increase the acidity of the element in your HPLC system. Why not? Let's take some concentrated trifluoroacetic acid or HCl or formic acid, at least in your HPLC system, and then you will obtain perfect recovery of the radionuclide from your system. What do you think about this approach? Is it good? Why not? Why not? Just 10 minutes and that will be great. Why it's not good? Or is it good? Oh, yeah. Today, there is no HPLC columns which could resist in the acidic element. The minimal pH level of your eluate is about 1.5. In fact, 2.0. They describe 1.5, but no, your HPLC column will be broken very fast if you will always perform the analysis with so acidic elements. That because it's impossible to use very acidic elements in your HPLC system, and of course the price of the columns. Yeah, you know the price of the columns. It's ridiculous sometimes, and if you will just use one column for one analysis, it's not good. Not good practice. Maybe if you work in a very rich department or a very rich university, of course you could do that, but it's not a good practice. So we cannot increase the acidity of the element, but we have some amount of unbound radionuclide. The second idea is to add something in the element just to make the unchelated nuclide chelated, just to prevent this unspecific sorption. If we will put DOTA or NOTA for the complexation with gallium or lutetium, we have to heat our mixture to obtain the final complex. So it's impossible to use. And yeah, just taking into account the price for DOTA and NOTA complexes, again, it will increase the price of the analysis. Some other chelating agent like DTPA or EDTA, it's very cheap, it's very good to use it in the practice, but here we have another one problem. Very chemical problem, not even radiochemical problem. What do you think? What kind of problem? Why it's not very good to use the EDTA or DTPA in HPLC analysis?
They give complexes. Forming cubic complexes means this complex on.
No, this is advantage. If you will make a complex of the unbounded radionuclide, it will stop unspecifically sort on the column. So from that point of view, it looks perfect. That's what we need to make it complex. But the problem with this kind of chelates of the complex ones, okay. Sorry? Yeah, maybe that's not very selective, but we have only one radionuclide. Doesn't matter. All other cold metals will be complex that it's not a big problem for the analysis. If someone of you works with HPLC? No. Oh no, I'm sorry. Sorry. So typically, to elute your compound from the HPLC column, because it's reversed fast, it's not enough to use water solutions. typically you use the gradient flow with increasing amount, for example, of methanol or acetonitrile or something like that, just to elute your lipophilic compound from the column. And if EDTA or DTPA is good soluble in water, if we will put it in the acetonitrile, it will be insoluble. It will form the very, very small crystals. The tubing of the HPLC system is very, very thin. If something will precipitate in these tubes, your HPLC system will be broken. You should change it. So it's not good to use EDTA or DTPA in the gradient flow areas with the mixture of the ethanol of acetonitrile. So this is another problem, why we can do that. And then the easiest way, I think, from our opinion, was to use the citric acid for that case. I don't know why before no one do this kind of analysis. In our department, we always do this analysis. We just could switch the triofluoroacetic acid in the eluent and put the citric acid. Citric acid form very stable complex with gallium, perfectly water soluble, and then we could obtain perfect correlation about the amount of unbounded gallium between TLC and HPLC results. And there is no big difference between different methods and different pH. So it could be validated, it could be used with a success in your lab. I think, no, it's 4 minutes more. Just 1 year before, it was put on the pharmacopoeia another monograph about gallium radiopharmaceutical, gallium gazetadite injection. That's another kind of radiopharmaceuticals, PET radiopharmaceuticals, which is used to detect the metastatic prostate cancer. So here also, well, here also pharmacopoeia required to perform the HPLC analysis, but in that case, you see, something changed. Something already changed in the limits. In the previous one, we have 2% for the unbound gallium, 3% for the colloidal gallium. Here we have almost the same radiopharmaceuticals. The chemistry is almost the same. But in the fresh monography, we have not more than 3% of the total radioactivity is due to gallium species migration with a retention factor less than 0.2. Here they are talking about colloidal and unbound gallium form. Not more than 3%. Why? What's happened with these 10 years? We just have some change in our, I don't know, body composition or something like that. But you see, the limits becomes more strict. Maybe that's good because you should perform your synthesis as pure as it possible to achieve as high RCP as possible. But it's impossible to do it always. It's impossible to always obtain the RCP about 99 or even 100%. So you have to use some limits. And I think this strict limits, it's not very good for real practice, but whatever, they have to work with it. And here, for that kind of radiopharmaceuticals, pharmacopoeia also required to perform the HPLC test, but there is some specificity of this molecule, because if we inject it in the HPLC chromatograph, we will see not only one main peak, but 2 peaks. This due to the used chelator in the structure of this molecule. It's HPD chelator. It's very good for the gallium because it may form complexes at the room temperature. You don't need to heat it. It's very selective to the gallium. You could use, I don't know, not very pure compounds just to form the complexes, but also this chelator form 3 different diastereomers. And these diastereomers could be seen only with the HPLC. One of this is much more thermodynamically stable. One The second one is less stable, but you should perform the analysis to determine the amount of these forms, and only HPLC could help you with this. So we cannot skip the HPLC analysis from our routine clinical practice. And another problem is radiolysis, because when we perform the synthesis with high enough activities of our radionuclides, even diagnostic radionuclides, for example, for gallium, it's about 2 GBK. For lutetium, it's a very typical problem. Yeah, all therapeutic radionuclides could initiate radiolysis in the final dosage form, and only HPLC analysis could provide the real picture, the real amount of this radiolytic degradation products in our form. So again, it's very difficult to skip the HPLC analysis from the routine clinical practice. So in this part, we have the zirconium one here, but let's make a break. Okay. Правильно?
Aferin, ay Charlie.
Уже старше, когда мы часовой, у меня 10,5 тысяч приходит. Первого октября года
У меня такое
октября 2015 года. Я не понял, у меня все они написаны, кто-то еще 800. Ну, это меньше, денег, вот здесь. У меня фото к одному говорится.
То есть я правильно понял, что в радиофармацевтике как бы мало кто из вас связан, да? Или никто? Понятно. Но с радионуклидами же связано, да? Да. Мне кажется, сейчас просто весь мир, все, кто работали с радионуклидами, кто не остается в области ядерно-топливного цикла, так или иначе, по-моему, даже те, кто и там Аривабрам пришла к радиоаппаратам, компания, которая всегда отходы перерабатывала. Так что я...
Половина вообще не работает.
Да.
12 человек, в принципе, как это спрыгнем
Понятно.
на будущее.
Ну, вам будущее, да, пригодится. Я думаю, что если все равно вы свяжете свою жизнь с радиохимией, так или иначе, с радиопрепаратами вам столкнуться придется, а в любом случае методы контроля, они пригодятся везде. Просто на прошлой школе, которая летом проходила, было очень много людей, ну, тогда и палитра стран была гораздо больше, но было очень много людей, которые именно из практикующих центров, поэтому, ну, уж извините, если что-то не так. Вы останавливаете. Если...
Это понятно, просто так как мы немножко не сталкиваемся с таким, когда вопрос возникает, сложно сориентироваться.
Вот зато как столкнетесь, сразу такие, ага, Антон Алексеевич говорил. So let's continue. The last one, what I would like to show you, just like, okay, from that moment, I will try to speak more easily, not more about radiopharmaceuticals, but about radiochemistry measurements. Just nice example. There is very popular radionuclide zirconium-89. This guy has a half-life about 4 days, and it decays through the beta plus. It's positron emitter, and it's very attractive radionuclide to detect, to use it in the diagnosis of different diseases using monoclonal antibodies. Because if you inject the monoclonal antibodies, you know, this molecules is very specific for different kind of cancers or other diseases. But normally, the circulation time in the blood of the monoclonal antibody is very high. For example, the optimal biodistribution for some kinds of, for most antibodies, it's reached about 24 hours after injection, after administration. So we cannot use the radionuclides with a short half-life. And here, zirconium looks like very, very attractive radionuclide. Because in fact, that monoclonal antibodies, it's what the nature done for us. Because we don't need to create new small molecules, specific molecules from megaphores just to visualize some specific kind of cancer, which we just can use some specific antibody, which can be produced by different biological technologies and use it for diagnosis and for treatment of, maybe for cancer, but for all other kinds of diseases. What we could find from the specification, how to determine the radiochemical purity of zirconium radiopharmaceuticals. Typically, it should be performed with a ITLC, with a thin layer chromatography, when you use like a solvent mixture of DTP. Sounds very easy, yeah? We have some free zirconium, we have the zirconium conjugated with the antibody, how to determine the amount of unbounded zirconium, just make a complex with DTP. This complex will migrate with the solvent front, and then you could perform determination of radiochemical purity. Moreover, this method recommended in the case of other radiopharmaceutical. It's called Zevalin. It used also monoclonal antibodies, but was yttrium-90. It's a pure beta emitter for the therapy of B-cell lymphomas. It's very, very that kind of cancer. I don't know, it's very dangerous kind of cancer. It's very difficult to treat it with the classical methods, and the radionuclidic therapy in that case is the method of choice. And also for that kind of radiopharmaceuticals, it is also recommended to use this synthesis. But from our experience, just to demonstrate here how dangerous it could be to perform the results with only one system, which is just recommended and you never test it in your lab, is that normally zirconium produced in the form of zirconium oxalate. Oxalates, it's a very typical anion which is used in the radiochemistry in different areas of the radiochemistry. And here we could see that if we will check the chromatographic behavior of the zirconium in the form of chloride or zirconium in the form of the oxalate or buffered solution, we could see some difference in the chromatographic behavior of this solution. And sometimes it's very difficult to understand which method is good for our results. Because, for example, with the typical method which is recommended with a lot of manufacturers, you should use this method with DDPA when everything is okay, when everything is bad. We have a lot amount of unbounded zirconium, and for example, our method also demonstrates this kind of chromatographic behavior. But sometimes you could see that with this system, all the activity remains in the orange, which in theory means that we don't have the unbound zirconium. But the other method could show you that no, there is no bound zirconium. There is also all zirconium in unbound form. And sometimes they could be a little bit similar. And when we are working with the radionuclides with no carrier, it's difficult to understand what's going on over there in the radiopharmaceuticals. It's difficult to perform some exams, nuclear magnetic resonance, and something like that. Radiometric results, it's a little bit controversial. So the better way to understand what's going on in the mixture of your radionuclide is to perform the biological test. Sorry, little mice, but we have to do that. And what we could see, when DTPA system and another system, is it clear? Yeah. Show us that there is a big amount of the unbounded zirconium. At the same time, yeah, the biodistribution provide us expected results because unbound zirconium accumulates in the bones. And if you inject like fluoride, like strontium, like all other medical radionuclides, we see the very big accumulation in the skeleton. In another case, when the typical method with TTPA tell us that there is no unbound zirconium, but we perform other methods, in our opinion, much better. The biodistribution show that it's still a lot amount of the unbounded zirconium, and we could see the same biodistribution like in the previous case. You see? But in fact, if we believe this old classic method, we should trust that there is no zirconium, unbound zirconium. But here, the biodistribution told us that no, guys, this method is wrong, and you will see the accumulation in the bones. When we see some amount of the hydrolyzed zirconium here, you see some accumulation in the liver. So this system is much more appropriate to analyze the zirconium radiopharmaceuticals because radiocolloids normally accumulate where? In reticular and colloid system. It's liver. If you inject the colloidal form, you will visualize only the liver. And here also the biodistribution results provide us the information. Yeah, that is correct. And only in the case when both systems provide us the amounts of the biodistribution, we see only the liver. In diagnosis, maybe it's not a big problem because false negative results, okay, you will say the patient that everything is okay, there is no disease in the kid. But in the case of the radionuclide therapy, yeah, we will analyze the amount of the unbound radionuclide with this classical, not good methods, we will see the picture, we will say, oh, we have the perfect radiochemical purity, let's inject, but we have big amounts of colloidal form or free form of yttrium, and it will accumulate in the liver and it will irradiate liver, not the tumor. Not good. We have the patient, he has the disease, and we also will irradiate the liver. It's not a treatment. So that's why tests and comparison of different systems is very important when we try to produce and trying to understand the quality of your radiopharmaceutical. And returning to my question about the desired chemical form. For example, very popular radiopharmaceuticals, which is in all cases, when the patient has the cancer disease, normally a lot of cancers produce the metastasis in the skeleton. This is the main source of pain for any patient. So if we have some cancer in our patient, normally we have to perform the bone scan just to understand, is there any metastasis in the skeleton or not? And in that case, we use this methylene diphosphonate complex with a technician to perform the scan. And then we could change or use some other ways for treatment. But what is the chemical form in that case? Because normally in some popular TLC methods, yeah, we could perform it with methyl ethyl, like always, just to determine is there any impurities. Another one system with sodium acetate, there is only one peak that we could think that there is only one molecule in our radiopharmaceutical. But in fact, if we perform the electrophoresis analysis, we will see that there is already 4 different forms of technetium with this molecule, and all this form accumulates in the bones. So, returning to my question, what is the desired form of radionuclide or radiopharmaceuticals? Sometimes it's very difficult to understand. In the case of non-carrier added radiopharmaceuticals, non-carrier added radionuclides, it's very difficult to determine the real chemical form of your compound. And sometimes you could have not only 1, but 3, 4, even 5 different chemical forms, which behavior will be the same. So this moment you also should keep in mind when you're trying to perform different kind of analysis. About part 2. Here I would like to talk about very popular radionuclides in radiochemistry, in radiopharmacy. A lot of manufacturers who works before with the nuclear field today become to produce these radionuclides for the radiopharmacy. Today you have 2 registered radionuclides with lutetium for radionuclidic therapy, not only for the diagnosis. It's lutetium date with lutetium PSMA 617. One for the therapy of neuroendocrine tumors, and the second one is for therapy of prostate cancer. If neuroendocrine tumors is the orphan disease, it's not very often found. The prostate cancer, I think this is the most important problem for the male population in the earth, because I think it's on the not first but on the second place in the case of the mortality of the men. Even I don't know, it was very interesting, the results of autopsy of the men. I think 65% results of the autopsy of men in the age between 30 and 40 found the foci of the prostate cancer in the prostate. So this is the problems for all men, for all men population in the world. That because this radiopharmaceuticals is very popular and it's very important. The situation is almost the same like a breast cancer in the women population. Let's start with HPLC directly. What do you think about this chromatograph result? That's a result of radiopharmaceuticals which should be used for the patient. Is it good?
Maybe.
Maybe. Well, why not? We have only one main peak, a little bit asymmetric with some tailing, but
We don't know about color.
good question. Good question. But in the future, if you will start working with lutetium, you will find that not like other metals, lutetium doesn't form colloids because you should create the pH level about 10 or 11 in your radiopharmaceutical just to start forming the colloidal of lutetium. But good remark. But okay, there is no colloid. Just trust me. It looks like very good result of the HPLC analysis. Yes. And how about this one?
Good resolution.
Good resolution, yeah, why not? So it's very good. We have some small amount of unbound lutetium, but still very good result. This one
So
still looks good, and the sharp of the peak is very nice. We have some rider peak a little bit, but it's still looks good. And this good?
also good.
Also good. Do you think? There is some overlapping peaks over there? No? Oh, here. Yeah, the main peak becomes very sharp, very good, very
Maybe a
symmetric.
square of peak less than other.
Yes. So, except the very good resolution, the results looks not so good already. Yes. And finally, this one, not good. Not good. The resolution is perfect. You see very symmetrical peak, but also we see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 side products. And it's already not riders, it's just result peaks. And what do you think now if I will tell you that this is the same thing? This is different methods which you could find in pharmacopoeia, in the articles, in the practice of your lab, just to perform the HPLC analysis of the radiopharmaceutical. So this is the main question, the main problem, to choose the correct method to determine the radiochemical purity of radiopharmaceuticals with HPLC, therapeutical HPLC, because different methods has the different resolution and they have the different chemical behavior, retention factor for different chemical forms. And switching from one method to another one, the radiochemical purity value will be changed dramatically. For example, if we will put like acceptance criteria, the limit about 95%, it's typical. The number you should remember, just keep in your mind that 95% it's okay just for the clinical use. So if we will perform the analysis in different methods, we will see some very different results, from completely good to completely ungood. And this is the responsibility of the qualified person or the analytical in the lab, just to choose and validate the right method, because the question of this result is the question of the success of the therapy. If we will have the lutetium in undesired form, there will be no irradiation of the tumor, there will be no response for the treatment. You see, and this is the same with pharmaceuticals. So using one method, we could say, oh, it's okay, let's inject it. In another method that you could find according to your work in the analytical lab, or just reading some literature, or just understanding the processes which could be found in the mixture of your radionuclide, you could say, no, guys, this radiopharmaceutical is not good. We shouldn't avoid the injection of this compound in the human. And another one questions, very important when we are talking about beta emitters or alpha emitters, is the radiolysis. In the typical radiochemistry, I don't know, it's not a big deal normally. Sometimes you could remember about that only during extraction processes, the radiolytic degradation of the extract time, but with a huge amounts of the radionuclide. But here in radiopharmacy, we use some, I don't know, some nice, small molecules, which is very sensitive to the radiolytic processes. And then, according to storage of your sample, you could see the formation of many different forms of the radiolytical degradation, and also the resolution of your methods should provide you information about the presence of this form. If your dosage form is stable, for example, you just prepare it here in Moscow and you would like to inject it, for example, in St. Petersburg, is it stable enough for this period of transportation? Or, for example, in Obninsk, or I don't know, somewhere. So this moment also could be found in, I just said about it before, even in diagnostical radiopharmaceuticals. You see in the upper chromatogram, this is a pharmacopoeia method. Pharmacopoeia provides us this result, and if you perform it with your gallium radiopharmaceuticals, you also will see not nice, but only one peak, and you could say that your radiopharmaceutical is okay, the radiochemical purity. But using other methods, much more sensitive, much more good for the separation, this is the same compound. You could see these products of the radiolysis, and their amount is much bigger than 5%. So it could say you that it's not good preparation for the treatment or for the diagnosis. So it's your own responsibility. Not your, okay. Maybe if someone will work in the radiopharmacy field or in the production and quality control, it will be your responsibility to perform analysis as good as possible. What's the reason of this difference of the results? It would be, I think it would be interesting not only in radiopharmacy, but also in radiochemistry, non-radiochemistry, is the dimension of your measuring cell. It could be performed like a loop, it could be performed like a GEDEN. When we have the loop in your HPLC, the sensitivity to the activity is increased because the time of circulation close to the detector is increased. And then we could detect smaller amounts of activity. But in that case, when we use the loop, the overlapping also increased. And these three impurities just overlap in one good peak. So you should be very careful just choosing the right dimensional parameters of your HPLC system. And another one, when you perform radioanalytic radiodetection in HPLC and TLC and other methods, normally there is one parameter like smoothing of the signal. And sometimes, I don't know, main guys from the analytical labs, they even don't think about what is set in the software program just to make the smoothing, or there is no smoothing. And changing this parameter, you could also obtain, you see, this is the same chromatogram, but this one without smoothing, and we could see this Rider's peaks. This is the smoothing with 10 points, this is with 15 points, and with the smoothing about 25 points, we will obtain nice, a little bit asymmetric, but only one nice peak. Простите, пожалуйста. I'm sorry, just a moment. Алло. Ольга Игоревна, я вам не читаю, если не срочно, я перезвоню. Служба дозиметрии, опять что-то наши загрязнения. Я бы не сказал, потому что к нам сейчас директором пришла женщина, которая... Ладно, не важно, тут запись идет, а то я сейчас наговорю такого. Да. Так и сейчас только вас снимают. Ну, если верить тому, что камера показала. Неважно. I'm sorry. So changing the different methods, you may obtain the different results of radiochemical purity. So again, I just want to repeat it. It's the responsibility of the producer and for analytical. What's going on here? What is this impurities which we could see during HPLC analysis? For example, in the case of lutetium PSMA, these three impurities is the products of the cyclotrons. Our molecule has the specific pharmacophore, the moiety, which specifically binds with the receptor of the tumor. But just to incorporate the radionuclides in the structure of this molecule, we should mix it and heat it. This is a typical process. There is nothing special sometimes. But during heating, this the main molecule of our molecule began to form some cyclic form, and this cyclic forms already cannot bind with the receptor. So in the terms of radiotherapy, it's useless. It will be some amounts of activity which will not bind, not accumulate in the tumor, and not provide good response. So in fact, we of course should determine this impurity, because sometimes it could be 4%. Sometimes if you heat your mixture, I know that the centers, and they think, oh, it's better to heat it for 1 hour. We have the half-life of lutetium is about 7 days, so we don't need to be hurried. Let's heat it for 1 hour just to be sure that there is no free lutetium, but they will produce, I think, about 15% of this cyclization impurities, which should be determined later. And the other problem, as I told before, is radiolytic degradation, because there's some problems arising here also just to use appropriate antioxidant or free radical scavenger in your final preparation. But if there is no antioxidant radioprotector in the final dosage form, you see the decrease is very fast. Normally in clinic, just to inject for one patient for the therapy, we use activity about 7.4 GBK per patient. It's a very big amount. And so this amount of the beta emitter produce very, very high amount of the radicals during the radiolysis. So we should also, during the HPLC analysis, determine this amount, and we also have to determine the shelf life of our radiopharmaceuticals. Do we able to ship it somewhere, or sometimes do we able to ship it from one floor to another floor? Because quality control process takes from 1 hour to 2 hours. Is our radiopharmaceutical stable for this period? You see, for example, if we will perform the synthesis with the clinical activity of lutetium close to the clinical, okay, it's 448 GBK, except the main peak of the receptor-specific molecule, we will see at least 15 other species of the lutetium, chemical forms of lutetium in our radiopharmaceutical, which should be determined and should be qualified just to understand what is the limit of these impurities. Is it okay to use it for the treatment or not? It's the same picture. And the other one, just if you remember about gallium, that we have some problems with the determination of unbound metals. In the case of lutetium, we have completely the same situation. In the case of lutetium, in the case of actinium, samarium, scandium, I don't know, just tell me any radionuclide, I will tell you if this situation is the same or not. In the case of TLC, if we will perform some adjustment of unbound metal in our composition, in our reaction mixture, TLC will correlate perfectly between different methods, so we could easily determine the linearity of this dependence. If we perform, in the case of lutetium analysis, comparison of TLC and HPLC analysis, we will see, yeah, the dependence is still linear, but the angle of our line is lower than 35%. So it means that at least 23 or 25% of our radionuclide is still stored on the column. So it could be clearly determined. This problem is always arise when we are working with the metal radiopharmaceuticals, with metal radionuclides. We should remember that. And in the case of lutetium, in our practice, we didn't find any method just to improve recovery of the radionuclide from the system. So yes, it's impossible to use only one system, even in lutetium where there is no colloidal form, but we have a lot of impurities according to hemolysis, according to radiolysis, according to some unfull incorporation of the radionuclide in the structure of our molecule. So we have to perform different kinds of analysis. It should be TLC and HPLC also. And the last one. А у нас эта часть 45 заканчивается, да? А если я вас раньше закончу? Let's talk about actinium. Today, actinium is the I don't know how even to say it correctly in English. It's some like a boom of interest, like it's normal interest with the actinium, because actinium is an alpha emitter. It's a metal, difficult to produce, but I think it's okay, not for you again, but it's in the radiopharmacy area, it's very popular picture. I think it was Marie Curie Prize, maybe a few years ago. Sometimes when we're trying to perform the radionuclide therapy with beta emitters, you know, cancer is sometimes it's so, I don't, is it correct to say smart, but it's so interesting tissue. When we're trying to perform the therapy with beta emitters, sometimes within 3 or 5 circles of the therapy, cancer becomes resistant to the beta particles. It's impossible to prolong the therapy more and more. And in that case, it is the only one thing that which could help us here is alpha particles, because the double damage of the DNA is very difficult to repair it. So in here, it was the patient after the lutetium PSMA therapy, there was no response. There was only progression of the disease. And only after 3 circles of therapy with actinium, see, this is very good remission. There is no paucity of the accumulation. There is no more cancer. That's a very nice example. Not always it goes the same way, but still, alpha therapy looks very attractive in the case of the treatment of different types of cancers. Sounds good, but what do you know about actinium decay? You're a radiochemist. Yeah, you should know. If you are not a radiopharmacist, you still should know something about it.
You mean about culture products? Yeah.
Okay. Let's talk about. Oh, okay, we have. So we have 2 to 5 actinium. His first progeny is radium. Radium. The first progeny of actinium is 2 to 1. Transfer. The second one.
I've to say a little bit.
Yeah, sure. Very good. Because normally students just got And there, there it is. Nice to hear this. And so on. There's other keys, but this one is the main for the radionuclide therapy. We have to measure radiochemical purity. We have to measure the amount of the radionuclides in the desired form. Let's call it desired form. We prepare the rated molecule with the actinium-2. Is actinium could be directly detected radionuclide? It's cheaper than the last one. Alpha spectroscopy is not very sensitive method. It's very difficult to use it to quantify. It's some. Did you perform it previously?
Yes.
You should make some special preparation on this sample. It's not very. It's not very good. It's good, but it's very difficult to implement it in the clinical practice. So we can see, yeah, this guy is invisible. Yeah, it's visible. We could measure this one because there is some gamma lines. This one, I think, is about 3 to 4 milliseconds, so it's not interesting for us. And this one is also visible. We could measure it because here's some also gamma lines. Here's the half-life is about 25 and 6 minutes. Here we have the actinium half-life is about 10 days. And the francium half-life is about 4 or 5 minutes. So, because this guy is invisible, we have to measure the proteins in the figure. The time here, the time for the secular work is called secular.
25 means this activity runs on 22.
There are
The girl
59.
yeah, for 25. No, 10 times.
It's a rule of thumb, but if you will calculate it correctly with purification, 45, 55, okay, it's not a big deal. Okay, I will put it 45 minutes. I will invite you in my lab and we'll compare. That will be 45, no problem. 45. Secular of transfer. I think I can tell this that it's not about something secular, no, but it's not uranium. No. Okay, equilibrium. 45 minutes. And here time to reach the equilibrium it's about 6.5 hours. What's the problem? We have this is the problem of all alpha emitters because we always have the family of problems. And it's very difficult to measure the accumulated doses anywhere in the body expression. What's the problem? Sure. The first one is that we have to wait. Yeah, the actinium is invisible, francium is visible, but we have to wait at least 5 minutes, 55, let's say, and just to see the visible, we have to wait 6.5 hours. But if you will hear something about the alpha radionuclide therapy in that case, you should remember the main disadvantage of using radionuclides like actinium, thorium, even radium, but radium is a little bit difficult because today I think there is only one radiopharmaceutical, this radium is radium chloride. It's injected to the patients with a low metastasis, and it's very good response. But there is no other radiopharmaceuticals with radium. Why? Radium. And
Deposit in the bone, deposit in the
it's like radium chloride, it's accumulating in the bones.
trying to remove.
It will decay. It will kill the metastasis of the cancer. So the question is why there is no other radiopharmaceuticals with radium-224. This is a question for the radiochemists, not radiopharmacists. You should think about it. Like I don't know, like a lot of PSMA. Why?
Why the big goes? Depending on the control.
It's 11 days. It's good enough to make some receptor specific. Is that right?
But
it's very difficult to form some stable chelate, some stable complex of radium-2+. All other radiometals in the diagnostics or in the therapy is metal of 3+ or 4+. It's very difficult. It's very easy to form some stable complex. You can just build a DVD or something like that. But when we talk about metals like radium, it's completely impossible to form some complexes which will be stable, especially in the body. There would be no release of the free radium to the blood, some undesired accumulation. Of course, we could use some crown ethers, but they're very unstable, they're very lipophilic, and if our compound will be very lipophilic, it will be accumulated again in the liver. We will irradiate the liver. There will be no accumulation in the tumors, and there is no response to the therapy. The end. Yeah, so that's because the radium has only one radiopharmaceutical. But in the case of here, family of the radionuclide, what do you think? We prefer the actinium PSMA. Oh, here the actinium. Where is that? No. Oh, here's actinium PSMA. This is the main radiopharmaceutical which we would like to inject to the body. According to this scheme, what's the problem in that case? Come on, that's radiochemistry, it's not radiopharmacy.
Change response to the price, and so the price is a bit difficult to calculate.
Impossible to calculate, friends. It's alkaline metal. It's like sodium, like calcium. So during the decay of actinium, it will form fraction, which will release from the molecule. Like alkaline metal, it will go, I don't know, to the blood, will accumulate in the heart, in the lungs, in other parts of the body. There, in this part, fraction will form through at the time bismuth, which is again alpha emitter, and this alpha emitter will irradiate the healthy tissues. So the main thing that I would like to tell you today, that it looks like a good opportunity, like a first aid. It looks like a good opportunity, like there is no other ways to help the patient. But in fact, this is a good fairy tale because there is no alpha emitters with only one decay to the stable ground, to the stable state. We always have this amounts of daughter. Like, for example, with the thorium-227, the progeny will be radium. We could chelate thorium, it will accumulate in the tumor, but then it will form radium, and radium will release, go to the bones, and except the tumor, our patient will have the irradiation to the bones, to the blood, red marrow, and we will receive a lot of other problems. Today, in the way of this good success of the alpha therapy at the first stage, it looks very popular. Everyone today in the radiopharmacy field and radionuclide producers say actinium, radium, thorium, we should use this radionuclides as soon as possible, let it inject it. And today already in Russia, in Belarus, and in other countries, there is a lot of patients injected with radioactive PSMA. And the result looks good, but it's just the first stage. In the future, I think the way where we are going is just to reach the complete remission, and that our patient become completely healthy. But if we will use this kind of therapy, at the first stage, we will kill the tumor. But the delayed results is the irradiation of the blood marrow, irradiation of the healthy skeleton, irradiation of other organs. So it could produce another type of cancers also. So is it a good way to make a therapy? I don't think so. So you should, if you will, one day, if you will join with the alpha therapy, you should always remember that for to date, it looks like a good fairy tale only for the first stage of the treatment. Today, there is no good results about the delayed effects of this therapy, and it should be keep in mind. It should be keep in mind that you should be very precaution, very attentive during this kind of radionuclide and this kind of radiopharmaceuticals. And except all these results of biodistribution or labeling, we are chemists. Let's talk about analysis. Yeah. So here we have some problems. We have to prepare our radiopharmaceutical with actinium, which is prepared, and then we have to perform the analysis to determine the amount of each chemical form. We have to do that as quick as possible. So what we have to do? Actinium is invisible. We have to wait. Yes or no? What do you think? Even if we put our mixture on the TLC plate, develop it, we cannot measure it directly. If we will measure it, the results will be unrelated. Yeah? If we put the francium or bismuth, we have wait at least 45 minutes or even 6 hours. Do we need to wait this period or no? Just what is your opinion? It's right now it's beginning just a clear conversation. I told you that kind of radiopharmacy is controversial fairy tale. So let's talk about it a little bit, and I will finish, and you will forget about it. So, what do you think? We have to measure the distribution of that kind of radionuclide in our preparation. What we have to do? What we will do?
Measurement francium.
Sir?
Measurement francium.
So you suggest to wait 1 hour, 45 minutes. Okay, I remember you prefer 45 minutes. Yes? But what about this one? It's impossible to, because there is always equilibrium in our, even in the source of our radionuclide. We receive actinium like a clearly evaporated vessel or like a solution in 0.1 HCl. But normally, even if it's produced in Obninsk or in Triumph in Canada or in other centers, sometimes will be taken by the shipping period. So the equilibrium will be reached again. In our solution, we have the mixture of actinium, francium, bismuth. We put it on the labeling fraction. So at the time of analysis, we already have all these radionuclides, and they will separate during analysis, and then we will wait another one time to reach the equilibrium. And the previous problems will become to decay. So where is the truth, brother? How we could measure that? Что, прям убил, похоже. Ладно, еще чуть-чуть и все.
То есть, опять же, разделить, то есть получили активность, там, провели какое-то время, опять же, разделили, то есть брали францию на остальные элементы.
Как?
Как минимум активнее плюс 3-валентной Франции
Ну как?
1-валентной.
Это все так хорошо звучит. Я иногда спрашиваю студентов, как нам отделить изотопы фтора на циклотроне полученные, фтор перед распада 110 минут. Как нам отделить фтор от стабильного фтора? А тут в МГУ все еще такие газовые центрифуги, еще что-нибудь. Как запустить такой, который неделю уравновешивается? Как? Oh, we're just talking about, is it really easy to separate actinium from francium and from the bismuth? Just like a starting material.
Yeah.
How? I can also say it's very easy to perform the TLC analysis of this sample. How?
How minimum ionic change resin
And
on the
super selective ionic exchange resin which will be sorbed bismuth and francium or especially actinium. No? Do you know that kind of resin? Maybe you know, just tell me, it will help in my work.
or maybe selective complexes for start, or maybe sodium or
No. Yeah, of course, it's possible to form some selective complex with, for example, with actinium. But just think about it. You will add some complex on your solution of the radionuclide. Then you will have to separate it. Then you have to reformulate the solution again in a suitable form. I don't think so that it could be faster than 55 minutes at least, or sometimes even faster than 6 hours at least. So at that time, we again receive the same composition of our radionuclide with all this provenance. Never mind. Okay. So the main problem, in fact, in practice, that it's very difficult to measure radionuclide alpha emitters with in the equilibrium with this daughter radionuclides, because from the first side, we have to perform analysis as fast as possible. On the other side, due to the nuclear properties, we cannot perform analysis at the time of the development. We have to wait at least 35 or even more minutes. But the other thing is what's going on during measurement, because you know, TLC plates, it's not very specific, it's not very selective method just to separate different kinds of unbounded measures. And normally, if actinium will remain at the origin, francium and bismuth also will remain at the origin. If actinium migrates with the solvent front, francium and bismuth also will migrate with the solvent front. And there is some strange results to interpret it. It's very difficult to interpret it because, for example, here's the results of the actinium PSMA preparation. It was some factory which normally produced for the patients this kind of radiopharmaceutical. So they asked us to check the radiochemical purity. It was, I think, 2 or 3 days already after the end of synthesis. So we have already the equilibrium with all our daughter radionuclides. We performed the TLC analysis. In this case, labeled compounds moves to the solvent front and unlabeled radionuclides remains at the origin. So directly, immediately after development, we see this picture. Not good. 38%. Is it correspond to the real RCP, radiochemical purity? Of course not. If we will wait 2 hours, it's changed to 75%. You see, some amount of the bismuth becomes to decay, some amount of the francium accumulates in the place of the main molecule. And within 22 hours, it becomes 90%. And the other problem in that case, you see, 22 hours. When you are radiochemist, classical radiochemist, it looks like, well, what's a problem? What's a big deal? Let's wait for 2 days, even 3 days, then we will receive the good result. But don't remember that we are working with the radiopharmaceuticals, which should be injected to the patient. So we cannot wait 2 or 3 or 5 days, because do you remember I told you that with lutetium, the radiolytic degradation becomes very fast. Here we have the alpha emitter. It becomes much more even faster than with lutetium. So we cannot wait. We could measure the radio TLC plate with after 3 days, but it doesn't. But it will be information that 3 days before, not the real. So we cannot inject it. That's the big question: how to perform the analysis with alpha emitters. Today, there's a lot of guidelines, a lot of recommendations, a lot of articles about, okay, we just take actinium, we just make a complexes with different molecules, and we found that if we perform the TLC test, the measure, the TLC plate after 2 hours, after the spotting, after the development, then measure RCP. If it's more than 90%, that it's predict the true RCP value about 97%. Sounds good, but it's also like I don't know, just I think if I have 90%, let's think that it will be 97%. Where is the proof of this concept? There is no proof, because this approach will work only in the case when everything went good. If you have some problems during synthesis, if some actinium that does not conjugate it with your molecule, this approach doesn't work. It will not show you some good results of later, because I could show you another example. We are working with some new molecule of PSMA with just different type of chelator. And for example, directly after the development of the radiochromatograph, we obtain this result. It's not good, okay? It's of course it's not for the clinical use, but it looks like that in these conditions, actinium accumulates about 32%, just incorporated in the structure of the molecule. Looks good. And according to this approach, about 90%, predict 97%, we could say, oh, it should be about 85 or something like that. But if we will wait a few hours or 72 hours after the separation, the chromatogram changed dramatically. It's the same plate, but measure it at the different days. And you see, here, this peak is decreased, this peak is increased completely. So it means that just a small part of the actinium was incorporated in our molecule. Our molecule chelated this one, not actinium. So how we could be sure that we prepare the good radiopharmaceutical with actinium? That's a big question. And today there is no good answers about that. Maybe, I don't know, let's just make another fantasy. For example, the good way, if you're good in chromatography or something like that, would be something like the distribution of the form, something like, for example, that at the origin, it's 0 point, for example, let it be actinium here. It remains at the origin. With the solvent front, for example, somewhere here, should be the liquid compound. 95 of PSM, yeah. And with the solvent front, this was yeah. So only in that case, for example, we really just need to wait about 45 minutes. And then comparing the activity of these two things, here will be the equilibrium of actinium and francium within 45 minutes. And then we just need to compare these two things. And then we could calculate the real radiochemical purity. This is just, we didn't care about it. It's just the dangers which will be detailed. But it's impossible. Not impossible, it's very difficult. Today, there is no results about development of TLC like this, with the separation of the radionuclide and this maybe one radio. It's very good, it's very interesting things, and we really need it. So if you're working with the radiochemistry or in the field of radioanalytical chemistry, maybe you should just, that's kind of your work, just to develop good radio analytical methods to separate different species, especially in the case of other radionuclides. And the last, but not the least, about the radiolysis. I told you before that it's impossible to measure radiolytic degradation of the molecule using TLC plates. We have to use HPLC. Here we have this strange family of the radionuclides. How do you think, is it possible to perform HPLC with that kind of radiochemistry? What we will see if we inject it right now, directly. Что мы увидим, если мы введем препарат актиния, хроматограф в HPLC? Не забыл. According to the distribution of the chemical to the forms, even with some amount of unspecific source, mainly the unbounded radionuclides go with a dead body at the beginning of the chromatography. So if you inject our actinium radiopharmaceutical to the chromatograph, we will see on the tip of the unbounded and maybe some amount of price. Because they have no specific retention on the column, so they will pass the column very, very quick. And then, you know, yeah, with some side peaks, it's very difficult to measure. But this picture doesn't reflect the real situation of our pharmaceutical, because I think the retention time of the actinium is around 10 or 7 minutes. So it will leave the column somewhere here. But it's easy. Okay. So HPLC analysis in this case is completely impossible. Of course, we could wait. Or, for example, if you have very, very good HPLC system with a fraction collector, you could put all the drop of the eluate in the separate vessel, wait for a few days, and then you will obtain something like this. But it looks like not very scientific, and it's very difficult to collect drop by drop every portion of the element from chromatography. Maybe if you have slates in your lab, okay, you could put them, but not in real clinical or laboratory practice. So it's impossible. That's the main problem of this radiopharmaceuticals. And I think that's it. So, yeah, you should always keep in mind that there is an own responsibility of the analytical chemist or radiochemist who decided to work in the radiopharmacy field to make a good synthesis of the radiopharmaceuticals and also perform the adequate analysis of this radiopharmaceutical, because we are working with the patients. That's all. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, just feel free to ask me, or also you can, I put my email address here, so we can just write all the questions here. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Yes, sure. I think
It doesn't work, you know.
this one doesn't. Maybe later. You see, they put a copy on the working table, so over here this is. I'm just gonna let it go. Just as the petrol.
Oh, so we can, I think we respond. No, that's it.
This leadership down.
Base at least the restrictions.
Иван, добрый день.
Здравствуйте.
Ага, вас слышно.
Меня слышно, видно?
Видно, прекрасно видно. Антураж, отлично.
Так.
Так,
щ-
давайте я сейчас могли показывать презентацию. Угу, да, все отлично.
Так, мы же на английском читаем, правильно?
Да, все верно. Ага.
Если у меня будут сложности с вопросами, вы можете
Да, если что, поможем, конечно.
на русский, потому что я не всегда понимаю.
Хорошо, договорились.
Буду в общем, как-то так.
Мгм. Так, ну что, можем...
Мы начинаем или вы команду?
Да, давайте уже как раз время у нас 14 часов. So, dear participants, the next lecture will be given by Ivan Ushakov. Ushakov from Tomsk Polytechnic University, who is an expert in the production of radionuclides, maybe not only medical, but including medical at the nuclear reactor. So, Ivan, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Let's start it. My theme is production of the medical radionuclides at our reactor in the Tomsk Polytechnic University. And first of all, I want to say you that my English is so poor. Therefore, sorry for my pronunciations or etc. And let's start it. Today I will tell you about the production of the radionuclides on the reactor, including such for medical purpose and for biologist purpose, for example. First of all, concerning the classification of nuclear research facilities, they are subdivided into subcritical stand, critical stand, research reactor. Research reactor is a reactor which designed for fundamental and applied research. All research reactor can be divided into two types. First of all, this is a beam nuclear reactor. In a beam reactor, the maximum flux density is concentrated in the beam, and the other way, the second one, it's a material science reactor where the maximum neutron density is concentrated in a certain volume. Any research nuclear installation can be divided into three groups. This is first groups with a capacity of up to 100 megawatt. For example, it applied for testing material and equipment for nuclear power. The second groups with up to 20 megawatts for some educational purpose, fundamental physical research and production of the radioactive isotopes. And the third group is for those reactors with power up to 1 megawatt. Also, we critical and subcritical stands belongs to these groups, and also pulses reactors may also be included. As everyone knows, the basic equations for fission of the uranium-235 nucleus under the action of the neutrons. Flux is shown in the left bottom corner, and this is main nuclear reaction, after which several fragments A and B are formed. Also formed 2 or 3 neutrons, and energy released after this reaction. In the world, we have about 223 reactors, which operational in this time. Approximately 11 reactors are under construction. For example, in the Russian Federation, we construct approximately 3 reactors, for example, 2 reactors in the Argentina, and for example, 1 reactors in the French. Approximately 11 reactors have been temporarily shut down, for example, for scheduled preventive maintenance. Approximately 13 reactors are planned to build approximately in plant on the China, build approximately 3 reactors, and in the Belgium, for example, Korea, and etc. About 57 reactors shut down. For all time, about 800 reactors were decomposition. If, for example, safety does not allow further operation. All information you can find using the website in the left bottom corner of the slide. Okay, about those reactors which operated. Approximately 52 reactors we have in the Russia, 50 reactors we have in the USA, and 16 reactors we have in the China. I'm so sorry for Cyrillic letters in the slide. I tried to translate it. It's a little bit later. Okay, and several reactors, for example, in the Germany, we have 5 reactors, in the Italy, French, 3 reactors, and etc. If we make a map, I take this map from again of this site of the research reactors. We can see that 50 reactors in the USA, and etc. A lot of the reactors in the European country. Okay. If we separated all of the reactor during the maximum flux density of the thermal neutrons, we obtain approximately 137 reactors has maximum flux density of the thermal neutrons less than 10 power 13, and approximately 4 reactors of all has a maximum flux density of the thermal neutrons more than 10 power 15. And approximately 83 reactors are used to produce isotope products from all of the operating reactor or which temporary shutdown. Okay, the most powerful reactors. First of all, we have the powerful research reactors with the most intensity of the flux density of the thermal neutrons in the Russia. In the Dimitrov, it's SM3 reactors with the power approximately 100 megawatts, and thermal neutrons, flux of the density of the thermal neutrons is 5 by 10 power 15, and the other reactors we have a BR2 in the Belgium, HFIR in the Oak Ridge, and high flux reactor in the Grenoble. In the slide, you can see, you can compare its power, maximum flux density of the thermal neutrons, and flux density for the fast neutrons. Also, we planned or under construction in the world, it's a peak reactor in the Gachina and high flux reactor in the India. Which isotopes can be product in these reactors? And nowadays we know that, for example, SM3 produce of the lutetium, for example, non-carriated. BR2 produce lutetium and iodine, for example. In the Grenoble, it's produce a tungsten 188, and for high flux reactors produce, for example, dysprosium or scandium 47 for medicine purpose. Okay, the heart of the reactor is a nuclear core and the neutrons inside of this core. If we separated our neutrons by several groups, we obtain 3 groups. It is a thermal neutrons, those that are in a thermal equilibrium with the molecules, atoms of the environmental. And usually thermal neutrons has a Maxwell distribution, and energy of the thermal neutrons approximately equals 0.025 electron volts. Others groups, it's a epithermal or intermediate of the neutrons. It's those neutron which has intermediate energy. Usually the energy of the epithermal neutrons in kiloelectron volts region, and the law of the reversible energies can represent their distribution. And the last groups, it's a fast neutrons with a high energy above 1 mega electron volts. Sometimes someone can say more than 100 kiloelectron volts. They have an energy distribution similar to that fusion neutrons. Okay, in the practice and the theoretical work, all of these thermal intermediate and the phase groups separated on the a lot of the part. Again, in the right hand, you can see a shape of the curve of the neutron distribution in the nuclear reactors. In commonly, I mean, and this is diapason for the thermal intermediate phase fast neutrons. And if we separated the x-axis on the a lot of the groups, a lot of the intervals and intervals allocated energies from I energies to the next energies IE plus delta EI. So to get a continuous partition, and the more groups of the neutrons, the better the spectrum corresponds to the reality. Because it's very difficult to find continuously curve. We separated our intervals on the groups that to found it's by experimental or using some programs. Just of all, for example, you can use MCNP or MCU programs. In these programs, you draw your core, for example, it's core of the Tomsk reactors. And after that, you can obtain, after the calculation, theoretical calculation, you can obtain the distribution of the neutrons in the reactor. For example, we have two different spectra in the other channels in the reactors. This is in the central channel of the reactor, and in this spectrum, you can see the area of the thermal neutrons, area of the epithermal neutrons, and a little bit peaks in the fast neutrons. And for example, the other channels with boron capsules, boron coverage of this reactor for vanish of the thermal neutrons. And in this spectrum, you can see that we have significant peaks of the fast neutrons and a little bit amount of the thermal neutrons. In the other hand, instead of the theoretical calculations, you can use some kits for the practical measurement of the neutrons. For example, it's a shield works kit for the broad spectrum foil kit, and using this is kit using a neutron activation analysis that you can find the neutrons flux density in your nuclear core. Commonly, this kit has several elements, for example, titanium, copper, gold, and others. For example, gold, you can use that to find the amount of the neutrons in the thermal area. Titanium or the scandium you can use for the fast region, And it look like on the photos. Also, copper, for example, you can use for found the distribution of the lengths of the hairs of the channel distributions, that to found the maximum peaks of the neutrons in the channel. For example, this is the central of the fuel assembles, and you can see that the distribution approximately 15 centimeters is similar. And if you try to irradiate in the one side of the fuel assembles, not at the central, or for example here, you obtain this significant decreasing of your neutron fluxes. After that, you irradiated your foils, for example. You need to measure if foils using gamma spectrometers, for example. In the pictures, it's high purity germanium detectors, which has efficiency curve that to convert impulses to activity, for each foils. And after that, you can you obtain the integral value of the fluxes. Also, how we also can to measure the activity. The activity, if we know the spectrum distribution, we can to find the activity calculation using some programs. For example, it's FEEDS or Serpent. In this slide, you can see FEEDS. In these programs, you draw your geometry of the target, some panels, coverage materials, for example, and you can find the activity under the neutron fluxes into your channel. Okay, a little bit types of the nuclear reactions and gamma reactions. It's the most radioisotope produced in the reactors. In the example, for production iridium-192, for the production molybdenum-99, and this is cross section of the reactor, reaction. The other type is a reaction and gamma with the next disintegration, next beta disintegration. In some cases, this is some N gamma reaction produced as short life radioisotopes that decays by beta radiation into another radioisotope. The product can be chemically separated from the target. This will make it possible to obtain a radioisotope with high specific activity or carrier-free. For example, you can obtain the iodine from the tellurium, and tellurium-131 you obtain when you irradiated natural tellurium by the neutrons. For example, the others not carry added isotopes and isotopes which we can obtain using N-gamma reaction are represented in the table. For example, phosphorus 32 you can obtain from the natural phosphorus 31, and you obtain Kerr added. And for example, if you try to obtain the lutetium, for example, 177, if you irradiated enriched ytterbium 176, you obtain the lutetium carefree without any lutetium stable lutetium. I mean. Okay, the next type reaction is NP. The absorption of the neutrons lead to the emission of a proton in the form of the escaping particle. This reaction is caused by fast neutrons having an energy above a certain value known as the threshold energy. The core of the product can often be chemically separated from the target. For example, using this type of the reaction, you can obtain phosphorus 32 carefree from the sulfur 32, or for example, you can obtain the scandium 47 from the titanium target. And others elements. And also we have an alpha reaction. This reaction is also a threshold reaction since neutrons having an energy above a certain value are absorbed by the nucleus, causing the emission of an alpha particle. In some cases, the reaction proceed with a thermal neutrons. For example, this is example of an alpha reaction. Also, we have a multi-step reaction when certain radioisotopes are produced by multi-step process or sequential neutron capture, for example, that to obtain tungsten 188 using 2 N-gamma reaction, and fusion reaction when the uranium 235 induced by thermal neutrons and produce many useful radioisotopes. Each division gives 2 division fragments, light groups with the atomic number approximately 95, atomic mass, and heavy group with the atomic mass approximately 140. Using these fusion reactions, you can obtain the technetium from the fragment of the molybdenum 99, or you can obtain long life products division, for example, cesium or strontium 90. Okay, if you don't know the programs which can help you to calculate the activity, like a serpent or PETs, you can do it using a calculation machine. If you know, this is equation of the that to find the activity. We have approximately 3 groups. First of all, it's accumulation groups, disintegration groups, and burn-up groups. This is part of the burn-up, and if we don't take into account the last part of the equations. We can to simplify the first equation to the second. And in this case, we have two ways. First of all, if the production between cross-section, thickness of the target, and the nuclear density less than 1, you can to take Taylor series and obtain these equations. And if you solve it differential equations in the total, you obtain a very simple equations for first approximation of the calculations. And in the other hand, if you have this is production more than 1, it's those isotopes has a very significant cross-section, microscopic cross-section of the reaction, or maybe has a big density or big thickness, you need to use these equations where you have the area of your target, and also you have the others parameters. In practice, the activity produced in the target by radiation will be less than activity calculated using the equation in the previous slide, because we have several factors such as self-shielding effect, reactor power changer, because we have a change of the power during the operational change in the neutron flux due to neighborhood samples in the reactor. For example, in the other channel, you have materials which has a good absorbent purpose of the neutrons. For example, the other is a target field burn up over time. During the time, we have a decreasing of the neutron flux because our fissile materials burn up, and destruction of the product core due to subsequent neutron catch-up. Okay, let's to see on the self-shielding effect. It's a significant in the case of the targets with a large activation cross-section, when the neutron flux in the target volume decrease, which reduces the increase in activity. For example, there are many kinds of the solution of this problem. One of the types how you can to solve these problems, you can found in these journals of the radioanalytical and the nuclear chemistry, when you can found these equations when help you to calculate self-shielding effect. For example, you have several geometry like a foil, sphere, or cylinders, where you can to found the self-shielding effect. And for different energy neutron self-shielding factors are different. For example, for thermal neutrons, it be more, and your activity in the commonly be less, as that for the resonance neutrons. Next, it's accumulation of the isotope at different neutron fluxes. You need to take into account the irradiation time. For example, we have in this slide, we have three neutron fluxes that to obtain the lutetium-177 from the natural lutetium target. No, not natural enrichment lutetium target. And you can see that if you have a small neutron fluxes, you need to wait a long time that to obtain the saturation, is that to limit it to saturation line. For example, if you have a very good high neutron flux, you need to find this peak because the decreasing of this curve, this is because your target is burned up and disintegrated in the reactor. Okay, how we can to packaging our target? The choice of the packaging material and sealing methods will depend on the various factors, such as the physical form of the target. For example, what you want to irradiate it. This is solid, liquid, gaseous. The others, it's a target characteristics, duration of the exposure, design of the irradiation position in the reactor, and how you want to use this target after the irradiation. For example, for some researchers, when you need to irradiate short irradiation, less than 3 minutes, you can to use packaging from the polyethylene. And if you need to irradiate it more than 3 minutes, you need to packaging in the aluminum, in the titanium, or graphite. Packaging in the aluminum, it's very good because it has a low absorption cross section, good thermal conductivity, short half-life of the aluminum radioactive nucleus. But for example, you need take into account those target characteristics. For example, if you want to obtain the iodine, you need to make packaging from the titanium, not from the aluminum, because iodine has a reaction with the aluminum. Okay, in the slide, I show you several, for example, packaging for irradiation of the iridium wires for the brachytherapy. This is, you can see the dimensions of the wires. This is wires of the iridium, and this is panels which we can to use for irradiation of this iridium. After the irradiation, you can to move this capsules from the nuclear core to the transport containers. For example, we have also multiple irradiation packaging like this, and in the example, the tanks and transport containers for the transfer for these containers, and also single irradiation packaging, which we use in our reaction for different channels, and also the same transport containers we use that to transport, if it needed, to the hot cell or heavy boxes. Okay, hot cell for a technological mean of a defense used to manipulate and process radioactive materials. They can be arranged in the series, in blocks, or individually. In the photo, you can see it as the hot cells from the concrete and the iron. Hot cells help us to reduce exposure time on the apparatus. There are many different cells and remote handling devices. However, the best choice depends on what is expected. For example, in any hot cells, we have a vision system. For example, it's a lidded glass window, or it can be cameras, video cameras, I mean. Also, it's a wall from the concrete, iron, heavy concrete, iron, or lead, tungsten, any materials with a significant density. Inner area of the hot cells, when you can to walk in with your target, and some radiation detector, for example, solid waste or liquid waste, and etc. communications. For example, this is others. It's small hot cells with a lead protection approximately 75 millimeters. This is acrylic boxes for working with phosphorus 42, because phosphorus 32 it's beta emitters without a gamma lines. And after that, you transport your target into a hot cells. Just of all, you need to open the aluminum capsules. For example, this is aluminum capsules. You need to use a special devices. Because single irradiation packaging, we weld in aluminum with a cap. We need to open it, that to obtain the quartz glass ampulla. Okay, for this purpose, you can use this is, for example, devices which to destroy your aluminum ampoules, or for example, you can use some dose or others equipment that to obtain the quartz glass ampoules. A little bit about a remote handling. We have two kind of the remote handling. First of all, it's tongue manipulators. In commonly, tongues manipulators has a small lens, approximately 1 meter, mounted on the shielded wall joints, placed on the shielded wall. This is shielded wall. This is your tongue manipulators. With interchangeable edge allows the grip replace without the necessary tool removing the enclosed. And in the other hand, we have a very good remote handling. It's a master-slave manipulators. It's more comfortable than the tongue manipulators, but it's more difficult that to produce. This is manipulators for it's very costly. Okay, a little bit about our research nuclear reactors, and we see on the practical part what we do on the reactor. I mean nuclides for medicine. This is our main buildings, and this is our control rooms with the control panels of the reactor system. Okay, if we saw on the external view of our reactor, we see that we have a bus type of the reactors, and in the bottom of the bus type of our reactor, we have a nuclear core. Approximately here we have a nuclear core. This is several experimental channel for the irradiation, and we have a concrete like a biological protection and water of the protection from the neutrons. This is our fuel assembles. We're using a very enrichment feasible fuel. As I remember, enrichment of our fuels approximately 90%. I'm sorry, 90%. Okay, this is the top of our reactor. In the bottom, you can see the nuclear core. This is pipes. It's experimental channel. It's we have a lot of the experimental channels with a different purpose, with a different nuclear flux density, and the different types of the energies of the neutrons, like thermal neutrons or fast neutrons. This is core of our reactors. Red, it's a fuel. Green, it's blocks from the beryllium. For the reflection of the neutrons, that to obtain the increasing of the intensity of the neutron flux in the central of the nuclear core. And this is photo of the fuel assembles. For example, you can see the fuel assembles and the blocks, beryllium blocks. Okay, When our reactor operating, you can see the Vavilov-Chernyakov's glow. It's blue light from the Bremsstrahlung emission, and you see these photos previously. This is distribution of the neutrons in our reactors in the central channels with the high intensity of the neutron fluxes, and this is for channels which has only fast neutrons. The main application of our reactor is neutron activation analysis, nuclear doping of the silicon, staining of the topazes and amethyst, and isotope production. First of all, we can produce of the molybdenum-99 and technetium-99m like generator devices or evaluate for closed clinics from our reactors. We have two types in the world. We have two kinds of the obtaining technetium-99m. First of all, it's when you irradiated uranium-235, and one of the fragment of the disintegration of the uranium, it's a molybdenum-99, which disintegrated to the technetium-99m. If we want to find the activity, how many activity of the technetium we can obtain, we need to solve this equation. Gamma Y is the yield of the ice radionuclides in the fission reactor. For example, the yield of the molybdenum-99 in the fission reaction approximately 6%, and the total yield of the others molybdenum isotopes about 90%. You can obtain this data from the guidebooks, and if you solve this is equations where number of the uranium nucleus can be found using these equations, in totally you obtain these equations for ice radionuclides. For example, when enriched uranium dioxide with enriched approximately 16% is irradiated in a thermal neutron flux approximately 10⁻14 neutrons per centimeter square per second during 100 hours. The yield of the molybdenum-99 is about 13 curie per grams. 13 curie per grams. Don't forget that we need to separate our molybdenum from the others fragments of the disintegration of the fissile uranium. And the others kind of the obtain of the production of the technetium-99 when you irradiated enrichment or not enrichment molybdenum-98 using N-gamma reaction. As you see on the microscopic cross-section for N-gamma reaction, you see that it have approximately 130 millibarns for the thermal neutrons. Reaction has a significant amount, approximately 7 barns in the intermediate area, and for fast neutrons it has 17 millibarns for fast neutrons. And the activity of the technetium 99M can be calculated using these equations. If your target has a small thickness, and when irradiating natural molybdenum in a thermal neutron fluxes, the same conditional like in the previously slide, the yield of the molybdenum 99 does not exceed than 0.35 curie per grams. And when you irradiate enriched molybdenum in a thermal neutron flux, the yield of the molybdenum 99 is about 12 or 15 curie per grams. The second purpose, for example, you can obtain the technetium generators from the molybdenum, and the first reaction you can use that to obtain technetium in the reactors and delivery to closed clinics, or for example in storms, or in the storms. Okay, how we obtain the generators in the our research reactor? First of all, you need to weight in it in the lab balances. After that you weight in it, you need to weld in your aluminum panels, aluminum capsules, prepare the equipment, the part of the generators, like lead shielding. This is lead shielding, or coverage of the column. This is column which has the aluminum oxide, which absorb the molybdenum. And after that, this is a view of our hot cell. Inside of the hot cells, this is devices for opening capsules, for dissolve of the target, dissolution of the target. For this is devices for sterilization of the molybdenum, and this is devices that you can to load it 5 generators, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 generators, 5 columns. And this is generators. You can to load it using a molybdenum solution, and several times after this moment you obtain the technetium inside of the generators. Okay, this is how it look like, the generators. And this is column. This is column, some pipes This is pipes and the flacon and the vials. And the vials. This is inside of the generators. Okay. The next way, when you not want to spend a lot of money on the enrichment molybdenum, you can to irradiate the natural molybdenum and separate molybdenum and the technetium using a extraction solution. For example, this is scheme of the extraction separation of the molybdenum and the technetium. This is separation panel, two separation panels. We use methyl ketone that to make a separation between molybdenum and technetium. And in the hot cells, it look like how you see on the slide. This is two separation panel. And this is two separation panel. And some communication for methyl ketone for solutions and for organic and the water phase. Okay, how we can obtain the yttrium-90, for example, for medicine purpose. If we see, we can to irradiate alumina yttrium silicate spheres, which contained the yttrium-89. That after the irradiation, we obtain the yttrium-90, and if we irradiated it in the using the thermal neutrons, using N gamma reaction, you can see for thermal neutrons it has approximately 1.3 barns. Intermediate area, it have a little bit less than 1 barns, and in the fast neutrons, it's a very small amount, And for example, the other tables, how yttrium-90 burn up under the neutron fluxes. You can see that after that we obtain yttrium-90 in the reactor. This is a radioactive nucleus, can be burned up under the neutron fluxes because under the for the thermal neutrons it has approximately 3 barns for burn up. Therefore, you don't need to irradiate it yttrium-89 a lot of significant time. Okay, it's the same. You need to prepare the parts glass ampulla. You need to wait in alumina yttrium silicate sphere, irradiated it, opening it in the hot cells, and after that you can use manually, for example, for cleaning of this sphere, and for example for packaging, for the packaging. A little bit obtaining of the lutetium. Lutetium we can to obtain using a directional reaction from the lutetium-176, for example, for enrich enriched of the lutetium. It has microscopic cross section approximately 1.7 kilobarns, and in bad reaction, this is instead of 177 lutetium, we obtain 177M lutetium. When you irradiated ytterbium, 176 enrichment of the ytterbium target, you obtain the lutetium carat-free without a lutetium, and after the irradiation, you can found using analysis, mass spectrometric analysis or others, the specific activity, and you understand that carat-free, in the carat-free you have only the lutetium 177. For example, theoretical specific activity equals approximately 4.1 terabecquerel per milligram of the lutetium 177 of the lutetium, and in the practice you obtain approximately 3.5 terabecquerels for carat-free and approximately 0.5 to 1 terabecquerel per milligram for carat-agent. Okay, if you see the cross section like on the graphs using the James Webb guidebook, you can see the theoretical curve of the cross section, and also you can see the experimental data of the to found cross section of the terbium 176. Okay, first of all, we need to prepare our capsules. We waiting using lab balances our target. For example, this is target composition, isotope composition, element composition, and after that we irradiated it, and we need to separate it, the lutetium and the terbium. For example, in our reactors, we using chromatographic methods that to separate lutetium and the terbium on the cation exchangers column, that to separate ytterbium and lutetium. This is experimental column that to separate lutetium and ytterbium, and several analysis. It's a using a gamma spectrometer that the initial lutetium and ytterbium we have in the spectra, and after the separation you not have in the peak, in the lutetium peak you not have the ytterbium, and in the ytterbium peak you not have the lutetium, maybe a little bit. Okay, also you can use some parameters that to found the elution curve. This is elution curve of the lutetium, and if you use the Gaussian function that to approximation your experimental data, you can found you can integrate that to found some masses, some number of the high equivalent theoretical plates, for example, and etc. For example, using this is parameters, you can define any parameters into your elution curve. After that, you need to make the analysis like a pH and etc. For example, we use a neutron activation analysis that to find the contamination of the terbium in the lutetium peak. Okay. Also, in our reactors, we try to use the cementation method for separation of terbium and lutetium. In this case, terbium dissolution into the mercury, lutetium stay in the water phase. This is cell which allow you to separate lutetium and terbium using sodium MLH. And one of the example of the column, separation column for the lutetium. Okay, this is example how you can to obtain the separation between lutetium and terbium. And instead of cation exchangers, you can use extraction, solid extraction resin. For example, you can use LN2 lantanoids resin for separation lutetium and terbium. Okay. Also, what we do on the reactor, we obtain the scandium when we irradiate the titanium target by the fast neutrons, and after that we separate the titanium peaks and the scandium peaks. We have a sublimation production of the uranium 188 without a paired when your tungsten, we heating your tungsten and waiting that your uranium evaporated, and after that sublimate it on the cold surface. And obtaining of the phosphorus 32, we produce it for biologists, but in the foreign country like USA, phosphorus 32 used for the treatment of the people in the medical practice. This is inside of the hot cells, which we use for the separation sulfur from the phosphorus 32. After that, we broke the ampoules. After the irradiation, we broke the ampoules and evaporated distillation, sublimation of the sulfur on the wall of the reactors, of the glass reactors, and our phosphorus stay at the bottom of this reactor, so we dissolve in it and purify on the ion exchangers columns, cation exchangers columns, anion exchangers columns, And if you switch off the lights, you can see the Cherenkov emissions, a small intensity of the light. Thank you for your consideration, and I try to answer on the question.
Thank you. Any questions? Кажется, вопросов нет вам. Но я хочу поблагодарить. Очень интересно, когда реальные примеры с оборудованием. Да, прям здорово. Спасибо большое.
Ну, я надеюсь, было интересно. Надеюсь, хоть что-то было понятно.
Все понятно.
А не так. Я старался, чтобы было понятно. Ну.
Спасибо. Не появились вопросы? Ну, еще раз спасибо. И до новых встреч.
Okay. See you. Goodbye. If you have any question, you can write on my emails, and I try to answer you. Goodbye.